think we're. Oh, I think we're live again. Let me just check.
Hey, are you still there? I mean, I hope so, actually.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sorry, I had to turn the audio off because you didn't turn the audio off to the last call.
Right. Okay.
um, but yeah, I think the stream's working now.
Yeah. Oh, Was it echoing? What was happening when I? Oh, whoops.
Let's see.
What was happening when I wasn't muted?
I had to turn my computer off, or my computer audio off, so I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Okay. We're back.
We're good, I think. I
Yeah.
have no idea what the last two racks were, so I'm just gonna play. I'm just gonna ignore them.
Okay. Well. He played Blintz and I played Towel.
Yeah, I don't know what your towel rack was, but that's fine.
Okay. Okay. Bye. Oh, I also think you're on the old mic, by the way. Maybe not. I don't know.
I can check. Like, I mean,
Anyways. Okay. Whatever. All right. Bye.
bye. All right, so we had a few plays that went on between these turns, but hopefully that doesn't happen again. Yeah, score does need updating. Whoa, it didn't even update before then. That's not good. Okay, score should be updated. Oh, that's not right. Wait, is it? I don't understand what happened. Uh, no, I had my Quackle sim, but Noah had an N, and Noah's rack is different. Did Noah exchange? I think this is the right position, but Noah's. It's Josh's turn. That's why I'm confused. I'm not sure who played towel. Like I'm gonna guess here that Josh. I mean, Josh had to have played towel because Josh had the W. So we're missing a Noah play, which I don't really know what happened. But I'm just gonna assume that there was an exchange and that I don't know about it. Yeah, he played Blintz and then kept N blank. And where did the N go? That's what I'm confused about. Yeah, maybe overdrew, but like it's also the wrong person's turn, so I'm gonna assume there's an exchange that happened. I, I, that's the only explanation I can understand. Yeah, no, I got the Lota part. It's 198 or 187 to 189. I mean, I don't think so either, Squish. But what? I, it's possible. I won't say it never would happen. I mean, it's not likely. Yeah, maybe he had six. Yeah, maybe he drew all consonants and then kept RT blank. That's kind of what I'm thinking is most likely. Noah plays Patriated. That's his only bingo. Josh, like whenever somebody plays a 9, Josh is like always like giggles and is like happy about it. It's kind of strange to me. I have very different reactions to things than Josh does, clearly. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he uses his opponent's turn a lot more than I do, certainly. Noah plays Jeep. Both players leave a G on their rack, which I'm sure, and Noah draws the last G. I think we're gonna finally see the Blintz hook come down. Either tray or tire is my guess. Y is underrated as a tile, but I think it's as a leave tile, it's pretty bad. But in terms of like just having a Y or drawing a Y, yeah, it's not that bad at all. G is pretty bad. You're not going to convince me that G is okay. But like Squish, like other than when there's a Y hook, like you shouldn't be keeping Ys very often. The Y is just always like a little bit bad. It's one of those tiles that isn't rarely makes the cut for being above half. Was it though? I mean, I didn't run a simulation or anything, so I don't know that for sure. I feel like ALY might be worth it, but I think ELY probably isn't. I don't know for sure. I think ALY might be worth it. I would probably keep ALY on an exchange as an opening exchange. It does, but I think overall on an opening rack, no, ALY is not better than ELY. But if your opening rack is like ALY I think you should keep ALY. Whereas if the opening rack is ELY I don't think you should keep ELY. I think you should just keep EL. Elderword, we saw Blintz was Noah, and we pretty much know that Towel was Josh because Josh kept the W on his prior play, and there was only one W left. So unless they exchanged twice, then Towel was Josh. So I'm running under that assumption. There is some chance that I'm wrong about the score, but I don't think it's very high. I think this is the correct score. I would be pretty surprised to learn differently. Josh plays Trey. Homage to Mr. Trey Wright, who hasn't played a tournament in a while. It was the first winner on the ESPN version of Scrabble about 15 years ago at this point. And draws into English, which is a pool term. No waste, no time to play Gigot. shingle? Oh no, it doesn't. No, it does block shingle. Josh is gonna try Englishman, which I think should come off instantly. I yeah, Sim has EL versus beating ELY by 2 or 3. That makes sense. I totally believe that. Does it have AL beating ALY? I think it probably doesn't. I don't know. AL versus ALY is probably close. Englishman is ridiculous. How has this not been challenged yet? This is hilariously not a word. Somebody clipped Englishman. Yeah, Josh doesn't even. Okay. I guess they looked it up by some other means, but yeah, Englishman is ridiculous. I'm hoping that they were kidding. Like, Englishman is the type of play that Josh would make as I not hit the clock. But I guess he's desperate. He's like really desperate. I am gonna just jot that off to a content play entirely. It's one of those things too. Like, if there's like a 1% chance that's a word, like you don't want to ever like miss that 1%. It's like the fear of missing out. You don't want to ever be wrong or terribly wrong, like in that way. It's kind of like in poker where people call on stream just because they want to get bluffed on television. Noah plays over. And this is not a good situation. There's very little you can hit, even if you do bingo, or you draw another bingo. Like, bingos don't play on this board, so I mean that's the other part of this is that Josh is in just such a terrible spot because there's nowhere to bingo at all. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, Squish. So AL versus ALY is close. Yeah, AEL makes sense as one of the better two vowel one constantly. L is probably the best tile at absorbing vowels. So yeah, AEM is good. That actually is, well, no, that does make some sense. Seg is just giving up pretty much. I mean, not like I blame him. This is pretty dire, but it's going to be pretty hard for him to draw something. I mean, if he knew that what Noah's rack was, he would give up even faster. Because even though there's no way he's bingoing, and Noah's probably going to exchange here, honestly, this game is pretty much over. There's no way that he can come back from this. I mean, M does absorb vowels pretty well as well. L, M, and D are the three best tiles at absorbing vowels. But the AM in particular is pretty strong. AM is actually worth keeping on an opening rack exchange. That's one of those things that people know. So, I mean, and the E is just a good tile. EM is just, so it does make sense that AME is worth it. MA, ME, and MO all have pretty good synergies. I mean, not like extremely high, but decent synergies. And MU, so basically just everything but MI. EN is definitely better than AEN. AER versus ER is pretty close, I believe. Note that Josh again has a bingo, and again it doesn't play. Echolocate, is that a word? I would challenge echolocate. He's just gonna probably play hick. I think he has to, other word. Like, even if he bingos, he's too far behind. You can wait and open the board later. It's not. Honestly, you might just keep the board closed. Any attempt that you make to open the board here is going to probably make the board even worse than it already is. He's thinking about keeping the C, I'm guessing. But no, he's not going to keep the C. It doesn't make any sense. So even if Noah has a bingo, which I'm not seeing immediately, he probably shouldn't be playing it here. Like, a bingo to the A or the C is probably just not worth it. I mean, maybe it is worth it. He can play it. He'll probably win anyway, but it's your basic goal with this rack as Noah is just keep well enough so that a Josh bingos you can counter bingo. And like, there's not really a rush to bingo. There's no real reason to. So Noah's going to be perfectly happy just dumping stuff off and just making sure his lead is good. A 10-point play that drops off the H at the M. It's fine from him. Like, if he just drops the M with mode, I'm sure he's perfectly happy with that. Maybe ham through the HM that makes bingos more difficult, gives him an S hook that doesn't give a triple back or anything, so that would be fine too. Something like that, just something short and easy and unpunishable. Blocking the A has a little bit of equity just because it might reach the triple. Not likely, obviously. But yeah, I would probably be playing ham here. You just want to keep as strong of a lead as possible. Echolocate is NWL only. Okay, it's not that surprising. Noah's probably looking for bingos. I would give up pretty quickly. Like, I just don't. I'm not interested. You know, if there's a 65-point bingo to the A, I'm not interested. If there's a bingo that ends in C, I'm definitely not playing it. You know, maybe I'd play a bingo to the C if it was ended in like CH. Maybe, but it's not that important to me. But I'm weird. I don't necessarily like things. No plays in mirror, which gives the H for scoring. It probably gives up on bingoing entirely. It does have some problem. I think, like I said, I think ham is probably the play. But this is going to end up fine, obviously. Like, it's just so unlikely you lose from this position. Josh is in one of those situations where you start fishing for things that are very specific. So, like, Josh could fish for something like phenomenal through the MEN or something like that. Like, You can actually play Numina right now, but it doesn't really accomplish anything. You look at the pool. The pool is 3 E's, 2 N's, 2 U's. So, and 1 O. It's pretty balanced in terms of file consonant. But yeah, he wants to get rid of those tiles, and he needs to hit something, like I said, pretty specific. Probably needs to score as well. Yeah, otherwise, he's just going to get outrun. Sorry, let me update the score. He's down 70. So yeah, he's going to need a lot. There are 7 tiles in the bag. Pool. I'll type out the pool. So he's playing Ulan, I guess keeping a Y hook. There's no Ys, both Ys have been played. But, I mean, I guess it creates some bingo potential, maybe. That being said, you're keeping EIO, which is not ideal. That's the pool. That's not the pool from Josh's perspective. That's the unseen tile back. Oh, no, it is the pool from Josh's perspective. Never mind. But yeah, Josh obviously draws a mess. If I were Noah, I would be looking at Endarks here. Whether it's a word or not is kind of irrelevant. Hertzman is probably okay now. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah. I think it's just Endarches? It's Endarches, right? The flow. Okay, no, there's not even Endarches. Endark just takes Y. Interesting. Okay. What does Endark mean? An adjective then? I knew it didn't take an S. I didn't know if it took that, but yeah. Maybe Josh was banking on undersea. I mean, I think Josh was just kind of desperate. Just, you know, trying to make a line, needing to draw a blank. Probably knew he wasn't going to win. Probably had an idea that Noah already had the blank. The pool from Noah's perspective is a mess. So yeah, and it's actually very safe. The pool is the pool is that. So in theory, Noah should be wary of Yupniak, but in reality, if he plays Yupniak, then Noah will just bingo back through it, so it doesn't even matter. But I'm sure that Yupniak is the only bingo that is even possible from Noah's perspective. So yeah. I mean, Hertzman is safe. There's no way that even Hertzman. Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be a bingo through Hertzman at all, and it does block Yupniak, but he could just play the H off and bingo if he does draw Yupniak and just bingo through it. That will also work. So Josh is probably looking at the P and saying, "Oh, well, maybe I could draw that," but it's not going to matter. The actual rating difference is about 100 points Elderword right now. It's roughly 100, I'm pretty sure, because Josh was upset. Yeah, it's in Noah's favor. Josh was upset because he lost like 50 rating from the last match play event. So he wanted to get his rating back. It's part of the reason he's playing. Noah plays the D off. Again, I think anything that he draws is going to bingo through Unique, so it doesn't really matter. I imagine Josh is going to try the Hail Mary and try to hit Unique. Won't matter. I mean, it would matter if Josh makes some terrible. Knows the booty distribution. I'm not even sure what that means, other word. Oh. Okay. I think it's 750, 250 for first, second. I'm not sure though. It might just be 1,000 for first, and that's it. I don't know. Josh almost certainly knows that no has a blank here. Like, I think he has to know. I mean, his best chance is just playing an O off, and yeah, but that's never going to work, obviously. But it's probably just playing the O off with go. He plays the E off. I'm not even sure what he's trying to draw, but it'll be interesting to see his reaction if he draws the P here. He does draw the P. Noah's going to be wary of Yubnik too. Oh, no, he's not anymore. Noah's probably just confused. Like, what the heck? What the heck are you doing, Josh? Maybe you just never saw Yubnik in the first place. But now there's nothing Noah's afraid of at all. I think he might just play HA off and just try to bingo. Because it's impossible for Josh to have a bingo now. He might just play HES off. He can do anything he wants, basically. It would be interesting to see what happened if Josh fished the O off. What Noah would be doing in response to that? Because I mean, obviously Noah would have to do something. He probably just would play AJ and block Unique, but would add a little bit of drama to the game. Not a lot. Maybe Noah's also looking for some like more creative play, which may exist here, but I'm not seeing it. You know, maybe something like Enthranode and Enthronodes might be a word or something like that. No, he just draws HA anyway. And probably going to get to bingo out no matter what, I think. I'm not sure if Josh can block that at all. Well, maybe he can. Does F block it? Likely. Or just how probably blocks it, right? Oh, he used to block Sneerful too. He used to block Sneerful. That's going to be tough, actually. It might not be doable. Yeah, I don't think you can block with Sneerful and the spot and the HA spot. You probably just have to deal with the consequences. Is Poco Will Noah find the irrelevant Sneerful? Which is a bingo I miss a lot, by the way. And he finds Sneerful and goes out. Yeah, it just means I struggle with a lot of FUL bingos as well. The word, especially when there's a blank and the blank is the F. At some point, I think that Josh is gonna. Somebody's gonna point out Unique to Josh, maybe. But you can't win, Josh. Amend would never, ever, 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 ever happen if there was not a blank in the. If your opponent does not have the blank, it that will never, ever, 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 ever happen. And add some more evers. Never, ever. Whenever I pick up tiles, for some reason I have this obsession with picking up tiles, but when I do so, making sure that the remaining tiles left on the board are still words. I don't know why, but that's something like Sneerhool would bother me when I'm picking up tiles. I would need to pick up those tiles first. Define Englishman. Josh, Americana isn't a word. There are lots of things that anything that has to do with the nationality is just not a word. This isn't even Collins, I don't think. The only thing that's a word like that is Latino. No. Toadstool is a word. I still don't know what that means. It's actually interesting to go through all of the Mario enemies and figure out which ones of, and like all the attacks and all those sorts of things, and figure out which Mario words are actually words and which ones aren't. Because a lot of them are actually words. You know, they don't necessarily make sense. I mean, obviously like Bowser and, but like a lot of just weird enemies. I'll admit that I learned, for example, Scythe from Super Mario RPG because it was an attack. What are some other ones that are words that are not obvious? I used to think thwomp was a word for the longest time. Noah dropped tile under oven. Okay. That's got to be like the smallest. Like that's just a weird sized water bottle that Noah's drinking out of. Oh yeah, like Likuta and Lakitu. All right, looks like game 6 is about to begin. It is Noah to go first. I apologize for making fun of David Webb. And by that I mean I don't really apologize. David Webb seems like a nice guy. He's just not very good at Scrabble. Noah plays Cloak. So probably going to be playing to the A in Cloak here. Noah draws the blank. Is Noah always a vertical opener? Often he is, yeah. Java or Ajiva, probably. Going to be one of those two, I think. guess you can consider Vatic as well, actually. Vatic would not be terrible, just because it's so defensive. But I probably wouldn't. Like, the J doesn't do very well after Vatic. I mean, it gets Jib through the I, but that's probably going to be taken. Yeah, I can't play Vatic. It's just not going to happen. Josh plays a Jiva. Plays it on the open board spot, which is interesting. I actually thought that Jiva would go on the other side from Josh. I assume Episode's going to probably come down. Or Episode. We're not going to know what the blank is. I mean, what else is there? I don't think there's any other options. There's no bingo to the C, I don't think. Maybe there's a bingo to the C, there would be something. Poisies, why would you do that? I guess it's 4 less, and no. I can't. I don't like what that does, ultimately. I don't know, it's not terrible. The thing, Elderword, is that, like, you're not even, like... I'm assuming the point is you don't want to give away the scoring spot, but, like, you don't really care that much. And the P is going to likely set up some sort of hook next turn that's going to open the board northward more than, like, any other tile. So you're not going to really get to close the board in terms of like the board shape. Like, you're not going to top it. You're actually making it more likely that we end up accessing the top right because of the fact that the E is going to get played through. So you're not really closing the board. You're just closing a scoring spot that's unlikely to matter. I did not see it was circled. Just an S. Okay. I mean, it's what I end up doing. I don't think I would do that, but it certainly, obviously, it's fine. Oh, I need to get better at updating the score. See what comes down here. Maybe blessed or maybe just bag. Or grab. Or brag. Probably prefer grab a little bit. Yeah. But, like, playing through the E and Episode actually is going to help close down the board. I don't know if that's intuitive to people, but I much more emphasize closing the shape of the board and closing space rather than closing scoring spots. Especially since the J is out, so the only tile that really goes ahead of the E and hurts you is the Z. And ZE words are not that common. There aren't that many of them. And you're sacrificing points on top of it. Cloaky is one of those plays that I always think is maybe a word, but isn't because of croaky. So it might be the case that Noah's thinking about cloaky, but hopefully not. I'm guessing just something like jives or fasty to the blank S, most likely. I would be looking to close the top of the board, though, as well. vying is actually pretty reasonable to kill the ego spot. Because if you kill vying, then the P gets taken, and then the entire top of the board is pretty much dead. So in terms of like spatial aspects, I think I might actually prefer vying a little bit. Because you're never going to kill cloaks. Like cloaks, the bottom of the board is going to get opened by cloaks pretty much no matter what. Or by like a play to the K or something like that. So because of that, I think if you're going to take your lead and try to protect it, I think the better place to try to kill is the top of the board, particularly the top right. So I think that vying is probably the play that does that the best. Probably just going to see fluid. Josh lands a tile fuck on his rack. Oh, he might have been fishing or cloaking. Maybe. I always think, like, one of the things that I always miss anagram is I see awninged and I see dawening. And at least once or twice I've seen dawening before I've seen awninged. It's obviously just. I'm sure that Noah probably knows this, but I mean, if you see a word like dawening and then you see awning, then you kind of want to play dawening. But you need to like just check yourselves. Like, no, it's just davening and it's awninged, and that's this. It's like a set that you have to remember. Yeah, it's got to be fluid. Ref setting up reft. Maybe. But it's just gonna be like if that happens, then Noah's just gonna block with like a 3 tile play to the P, and then you're never gonna open probably. He does go with that. Interesting. So I think just paw is gonna come down here. I don't think there's any way that Noah's gonna leave that spot. Josh does make a lot of setups, Elderword. Like a lot of them. Maybe too many, honestly. I mean, this is gonna probably work out at least okay. I mean, Noah should play paw. There are a lot of things that Josh could actually hit as well, like Lucidic, for example. I guess maybe not that many things, but Lucite. Yeah, I mean, there's probably Leucotic, yeah. So like it's pretty reasonable in terms of not hitting the spot that you're creating, but hitting other spots on the board. Still would have played Fluid, to be honest, though. And he does play Paw, which makes sense. You can't leave that spot open if you're Noah. So obviously Noah would rather balance his rack with like win through the Y, but yeah, at least he forced defensive play. Yeah, I mean that's true. He just gave up a lot to do so. Josh playing ZT pretty quickly. I'll update the score in a second. So again, Noah's going to be looking at how to defend here. The nice thing about ZT2 is that it puts the Z there, so that ego spot is pretty much covered. So it's going to be pretty hard now to block the ego spot. I mean, he can do it in different ways, and he's going to want to if he draws something that blocks effectively, but yeah, he's going to go with Jag. With unclean in order to play that. Really two options. It's kind of like one of those decision nodes. He can either really play uncloak and try to open the board a little bit, which that does pretty effectively. You really do want to open and create some space north of cloak if you can, and that does a pretty good job of it. Or you can play Canula. I think I actually prefer uncloak here. I think you really want to create some space and try to open up the northwest part of the board. And it's not like it does that perfectly, but it does a much better job than it currently is. You can also hit some bingos, you can hit some other good stuff. So I think I prefer that over Canula. Yeah, Canula just opens some ends that are likely to get blocked, and you're not really creating anything permanent through it. You're just creating a one-turn thing that's going to probably not stay there very long. I mean, Uncloak does have some downsides as well. You're probably going to get that ego spot, which you like. It's probably going to get blocked after Uncloak. But you don't really want to bank on that. Daniel Dennett. He also does it Assel if he wants to, but I don't think that's worth it. I think he needs to focus more on the board and less on scoring. Note that even though it looks like the C is a decent word because of IC in terms of things, that it isn't really. Is unlace and ego okay? Not really. Unlace and ego means that No's going to play for the U the vast majority of the time, and then what? Like, the ego spot is one of your best lines, and you're about to block it, and you're about to block the board even worse. So I would not be playing unlace and ego. I would just assume that you leave yourself the L, I guess, but the L is not a good bingo line, and I just don't like the prospect of what happens when No plays for the U. It looks pretty awful. So the ego spot is an asset right now. You do want to preserve it. It's besides the Jags hook, it's your only other spot to bingo. And if you're going to give up for it, you better be getting a lot for it, either in points or in terms of board. So like uncloak, you get something for it. Yes, the ego spot gets blocked, but in turn, you get to access the top left of the board. That's worth it. But unlace is not worth it. Unlace doesn't. You don't get anything for that really. You get a new set of tiles, which is something. I mean, this isn't a good rag, but every play that you make, you want to have a purpose for. That goes just beyond points and leave. You know, you want to get something for it that you feel good about. Unless it's so many points or such a good leave that you can afford to not have any other purpose. But it has to be a lot. It's not going to be like 20 or 30 points. It has to be like 20 points better than any other play for me to just say, well, it's too many points for me to give up. 5 points is not enough points to give up. There has to be a secondary reason for it. Or there has to be no good things about any other play that you're considering. Josh goes with Canula. This can work out actually okay because of Noah's ends, so Noah really cannot use that spot effectively at all. But that being said, it's just going to get blocked. It's going to probably just going to overlap it, is my guess. And Josh's going to be in a pretty similar situation to before, with the exception that re-overlaps block that ego spot that I've been probably harping on a little bit too much. Note how that Y has been a good scoring spot for a while, and yet neither player is really, not just not are they not playing there, they're not really even considering it. Even though in terms of points and lead they should be, they're just kind of leaving it alone because it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I would assume something like Teen to the left of Canula coming out now. Just blocking all of the spots that all of those lanes that Josh created, balancing your rack a little bit. Yeah, you're blowing up your rack in the process, but who cares? Josh probably shouldn't leave it alone next turn. I mean, Noah is gonna leave it there. That's interesting, and he doesn't play the other N, which I think is also interesting. I would be playing Tenny every time here if I'm going to be playing over there. But that's a very interesting option that I'm not sure I agree with. I think I would be paralleling here and making sure that that's taken care of. But it's going to work out because Noah's going to bingo next turn. Josh pretty much, well, he can block it in theory, but he shouldn't. But keeping an N when you have you have two ends open like that is rare and probably not a good idea very often. Josh plays pre-tax. Again, the idea is to try to open the board a little bit. I would have preferred Expo, to be honest, if that was the theme, just to try to open the board that way, to the O and Cloak. That does kind of the same thing, only maybe a little bit better. Not going to really matter too much. Noah likes to play Soundman, which is interesting. Maybe not, well, maybe okay. Yeah, okay, that seems fine. I mean, I would have at least thought about playing Menudos. I'll explore open in just a sec. Elderword, if you're sending me a whisper, you're probably better off sending me a whisper on Twitch rather than. Yeah, no, my Twitch has whispers. I thought you were saying Twitter. Sorry. I'm actually not on Josh's account, Elderword, for what it's worth. Josh is on Josh's account. Sorry, let me update the score. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not exactly like the most punctual in terms of updating the score. I know it needs to happen more often, and it does have some lag before it happens as well. So Josh behind by 112. Probably at this point when you have TI, you're probably looking at the TIC spot, even though it's still really hard to hit. Like, there's not a lot of great options to try to draw something to. Oh, Elder Word, if you're sending me a message, you need to send it to strategy, not to extra typo. For what it's worth. Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's lib parallel to Soundman. No idea on the issue. Okay. Yeah, I'll look at that. Give me a second. I mean, I'll try this Elder Word. I have some doubts, but I'll try it. I'll try it between games. There's some. This could work. There's possibilities. Okay. Hopefully this maybe works. Is this any better? I have no idea. Now I can hear echo kind of, but that's weird. I just lost 2 plays. What happened? Where did Josh played IT, I guess? Sorry, I got lost for a second. Right. So Noah probably gonna bingo with Maduros, I'm guessing. If he doesn't want to risk the triple, you can play Mud Rocks. But pretty safe triple. Eldor, let me know if the sound is any better. I have doubts, but I tried. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll try and figure this out on my own stream at some point. Although I don't think this will happen on my own stream, but we'll see. Josh helping magically for a O for a riveted. But not gonna happen. Or an E for diatribe, I guess. Oh, he's tribatic, actually. I think. Maduro's comes down. I guess tribatic is probably gonna come down. Yeah. Probably. Josh is holding. I mean, tribatic isn't going to win the game. It's true. I will update the score when I think that Josh is going to accept. Oh, he just accepts and plays a drift. So he missed tribatic. And draws a rack that looks like it might be good in French. But that's never a good thing to say when you're playing English. Josh or Noah plays yeah pretty quickly. Even if Josh found tribatic, he's not winning here. Like, there's no way. I just assume is tribadism and tribatic related to tribade? I assume so. Yeah, okay, they're definitely related. It's French. Well, Josh is missing a lot of French words today. They're gonna have to revoke his Quebec citizenship. Just QIS comes down. And this is turning into a rout. I once lost to Noah by over 400. At one point, the score was like 590 to like 180, or like 160 or something. I just like yelled really loud. It's like, so is the score 592 to 161? Yeah, I was not drawing very well, and Noah was drawing pretty well. Josh plays B. Yo. No, it's just gonna probably drop one tile, either the O with the in the bottom right, or the L in the bottom or in the top right, or the D in the top right, something like that. I'm gonna try one more thing with sound between games. I'm gonna change computers. Maybe that will change things. Noah again trying to play the perfect endgame. Tiles left. There are 2 tiles in the bag. The tiles left are G-O. Plays Boodle. Hex and Hour. Rain. And Goo. So 500 to 319. I guess there's only one more game. Yes, this is best of 11. I mean, other word, the thing is if I use a different computer, it's probably going to be a different mic. We can try again. It don't. It would take. It'll take some time to test the other computer to see if this that works any better. So this thing, I actually typo. Like I can't hear how bad the audio was either. Yeah, I have no idea. We're trying to figure out whether it's my setup or whether it's the. I mean, whether it's my on my end entirely or it's a setup. Because I mean, I can keep trying various things. I mean, it's really bad Elderword. We could probably just get Joey to commentate again, maybe. But I don't know what he's doing right now. If other people in chat have thoughts or ideas, feel free to let us know. Okay, extra typo. I mean, otherwise, we can. I'll message you and I'll talk about like exactly how this is set up if you want to know. But it could be all sorts of things. Josh is getting annoyed because he lost 4 games in a row. Yeah, I have no idea how bad it is. I really don't, guys, because I can't hear my own audio. It's one of the unfortunate parts of doing commentary. No idea how. No idea how it's working. And Josh doesn't know either because Josh Josh is just using his phone. He can't hear the broadcast, so we're entirely dependent on what other people think or are experiencing. I'm gonna get somebody else to like. Yeah, I just have no idea. We can get other people to tell us, I guess, maybe. I mean, I'll definitely watch the VOD after this. Okay. I will try the laptop. Give me 20 seconds.
Hopefully this is better. I don't know.
Okay, I think we're back. We're gonna try something else now. So is audio at least working at all? You hear nothing at present at all. That's not good. You should hear something, Elderword. Okay. Audio's working? Cool. Is audio skipping in and out again? If audio is skipping in and out, okay, audio's not skipping in and out, that's good. Okay. You still hear nothing. So I think maybe Elderword, maybe this is on your end, if you're hearing nothing. I don't know. Audio seems fine? Okay, cool. But yeah, they're looking to get started now. I think there's gonna be 2 more games. But hopefully, yeah, I'm on a completely different computer now. So hopefully this works. I can't tell you for sure. But this is I tried everything with the other computer, and yeah, hopefully the audio is at least all right. Okay, so the audio sounds okay now. So maybe it's a computer issue. Hopefully not. It's a new computer. But yeah, hopefully we can do that and make this work. Oh, okay. You guys are gonna have to live with scores being pretty intermittent. Because I'm gonna actually have to sprint to the other computer to update scores. Because there's no way I can do it from this computer. I don't think anyway. Let me try. But I think this may not work in terms of updating scores. So I may have to go back and forth between computers, which is fine. It's not the worst thing in the world. But I suspect I'm not going to be able to do this. Yeah, I have to sprint back and forth. Okay. Sorry about that. You will hear. I will try to do every other turn, but it's 0 to 0. The audio is not substantially better, Elderword, let me know, and I will go back to the other one because honestly, me going between computers in different rooms is ridiculous. But that's the only way this is going to work. I mean, I guess I could try to move. Well, no, it's going to be very hard to move. Noah almost has Exeget. Josh to go first. It is much better. Okay, that's good. I mean, it's pretty important. Yeah, finding out that it's much better. It's probably even more important than the scores being updated perfectly. Josh actually with a very interesting decision here. You can actually exchange 2 or 3 tiles here and keep QUCK for quack and quick. Basically what you're doing is you're hoping to elicit a counter exchange, which should work here. And then trying to draw quick or quack next turn for like 60. Basically, what you're doing is you're using false inference. So you're implying that your rack is bingo heavy, but your rack isn't. Uh, because if you exchange especially two, you're going to elicit a lot of counter exchanges, including with the rack that Noah has. Noah should never be playing against an exchange two or an exchange two. Noah should never be playing through this rack. So that is a legit strategy. He doesn't go for it. He just plays buck. But I think it's a very interesting type of position. Very, very, very infrequent. I don't know if it's necessarily correct with given exactly what he had. You'd want something that actually has an E that could hit, or like has a little bit more than just A and I. You want like something that hits an O as well, or something that hits a U, or something like that. But at last, that's not what happened. Uh, Noah plays Ibex pretty quickly. And it's going to be 29 to 24. Josh looking to exchange and does so. No, it's still not great, but probably we can play through this with like Tegua or something. And he does play Tegua. Bionic, it's usually you want to exchange two when you make that sort of play because you really need to imply that you have like a really good rack. You need your opponent to exchange a lot. Exchange three might not imply that. That's why I was suggesting exchange two. But the problem is that N doesn't really go with that rack, so you don't really want to exchange three too much. It's close. I think you probably want to exchange two, but you might not want to do it at all given what you had. Because of the fact that you're exchanging three, it just weakens the range so much. And so you're not giving away the same sort of signal of having a super strong rack. You should almost never have a QU rack like that. Like that should be very rare, but like that's on the very extreme end. QUCK is a very extreme example of four tiles that you want to be keeping. Again, though, you really want to be keeping something that you can hit either the E or the O as well, which is the problem. So Josh plays Ala, keeping ADER. Like I said, very, very rare. Like there's literally less than like it literally has to be like it's just a very, very unintuitive example because like 99% of the time that you should be exchanging two or three, you should have a bingo rack. But like 1% of the time, it actually is worth it not to, just to start balancing your range a little bit. Especially against people who know what your range is and know that you should be extremely bingo heavy, because the correct counter to fishing like exchange too often is to counter exchange yourself. Noah plays episode for 100. Resaw it is probably going to come down or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go update the score. Be back in a sec. All right. So I updated the score. That's the score after Josh bingos with Resod. I assume Josh was going to bingo at some point. Even if Josh bingos someplace else, it'll be something close to that. Noah's going to bingo back with menthol. I wonder what happens if I put not a number when I try to. Yeah, that's so. This is the score after this play. I jumped the gun a little bit, but yeah, Noah's going to come back with menthol. Which menthols are banned in some states and not others. I have no idea which states are banned menthols and how they decided that, but alas. Noah does play menthol. I'm probably going to play Phaley, I assume. It looks like Josh is like sort of close to fentanyl, which for some reason whenever I see his rack. Bucky's not a word, Josh. And Noah says hold. He's going to challenge pretty quickly. Actually, there is a word that's kind of like that. It's yeah. I mean that's the closest thing. Buckyball. Obviously, like Buckeye as well, stuff like that. So anyway, it's about to come off. I mean, they stopped the clock. I assume that somebody else is probably checking. Like Mac is probably checking. All right. Josh is pretty tilted, as you can probably guess, between the stream and yeah, the stream, my audio being fucked up, which and him losing 4 games in a row. Eldor was just menthol, and then Josh tried to play Buck, and it got or Bucky, and it got challenged off. Noah, interestingly, doesn't even think about doing anything else. I mean, Tinder does bingo quite a bit. Oh, it's Inventor again. We saw that yesterday. Cue Tinder. So I'm assuming, yeah, Fairley does come down and does block Noah's bingo. And yeah, Noah can't really do much. All he can do is kind of like fish with Den or something. Just or Nide maybe. I is a good tile here. So you're probably gonna play Den. Nide isn't quite worth it. The eye is just really good. Just in general, it helps the leave a lot, but it really helps the leave with paralleling Phaley as well as sometimes hitting the C and Buck. Obviously, like you want bingos also that end in R. The I helps with that too, so you can play let 2B. So I think that Den is most likely going to come down. Could play Din. I don't even see where Din. Oh, over Fairley. You really want that. You need spots too, though. Den is just a much better version, and even Knight is a lot better version of that. I think. Gonna update scores. Noah plays Din. So Noah does follow Jalamoka's suggestion in chat. Josh with almost a bingo rack. He, almost has like clientele. Almost has stuff that ends in C. He's gonna see Noah draws the blank. Obviously, Josh is going to want to get rid of an L. He could play something like Lian to the Ian episodes, or just Yal or Yale to the Y and Faley. I'm probably going to want to keep the R as a bingo line to be solid, so probably going to want to stay away from Lian, maybe play Yal or Yale instead. There are 5 I's and only 3 E's left, so he's going to want to keep the E, and so it's probably going to play Yale here. E's are at a premium when there's only 3 left, but he's going to see he has a lot of E's on the board already. And does play Yale. Bingo. Probably to Torrent or something along the Ian episodes. He also doesn't have to bingo here. Like, he could play something hooking Bucko. So something like Toner, that's a possibility as well. Maybe something more defensive to like Tricorn, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's most likely going to just play something on the top left corner of the board. Yeah, Returnell is Collins. One of the most common Collins only words. Shows it quite a bit. Not just this, doesn't just show up in terms of natural bingos, but it shows up with a blank a lot. There's a lot of racks like if the blank is an E, the blank is an L, the blank is a T. A lot of racks where that's just the best play. I would expect Torrent, probably, yeah. Maybe Horrent, actually. You want to make the blank a T. You want to hook TE rather than RE because of the overlaps. There's a lot fewer things you can do with Horrent than other plays. So I think that's the most likely option. Maybe refront, same concept. Something along those lines. So I'm not sure what that blank is. I'm gonna guess it's an H, but it could be a T. We have no way of knowing yet. I couldn't see what was circled in the blank slip, so I'm gonna assume it's an H. You could see Josh visibly annoyed at this point, having lost 4 games in a row. Josh is more susceptible to getting annoyed than many. There's Jade. Again, we still don't know what this is. Then many, yes, then many. Some people get even more annoyed than Josh by a lot. Some people really, I won't name names, but there are people who completely lose their shit after they lose even twice. Plug in Wonder. So hopefully Noah's about to provide some hope, but Josh probably won't see it that way. Yeah, ritenuto is another similar word to that that also shows up quite a bit. Hora seems okay. Why would you play Hora? Where would you play? Oh, Hor. Where would you play Hor? Oh, overlapping? Why? I think Hope is just better. Or I don't see the reason to kill that spot. Like, what's the point? Like, I don't think that that's a very dangerous spot that you need to worry about. No. Like, Horror is going to score 37, I guess, and like GMP. I mean, I guess it's all right. Hope scores, or Hope and Holmes score 34. I mean, that spot is also good for Noah when it's open because like it creates a lot of 30 35 point plays, which when you're up by over a bingo, like 2 bingos, that's good for you. It basically guarantees that there's going to be a 30-point play where if you make it, you get to score 30 guaranteed, and if Josh makes it, he's not bingoing, he's not really catching up. So in general, you want spots like that ENT overlap to stay open when you're ahead because they're guaranteed consistency. And as a result, like they're great for if you score 30, great. If your opponent scores 30, great. Like those are both good scenarios for you. So for that reason, I don't like blocking spots like that. I like taking, and I don't like leaves that are like GMP that could go disastrously wrong. I want something that's a little bit more balanced. So I think for those reasons, I would prefer not playing horror. Noah doesn't agree and plays horror anyway. I mean, it's understandable. I would not make those sorts of plays personally. Oh, he plays Arg. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. The leave is it scores a few less points, but the leave is a lot more balanced. Like he gets to play Poem underneath. That's also pretty much guaranteed. So it's the same concept actually, because you know at the very least he's gonna have a 30-point play next turn. So I do like that better than Horror. I think. That being said, I like stability. When you're ahead, you generally want to make sure that things don't go wrong, and you're basically willing to sacrifice a few points to maintain that stability. The main reason that you're going to lose is if something goes. It's going to be not just your opponent bingoing; it's you stopping, you not scoring. Um, so if you can guarantee that you score, then instead of your opponent having to bingo twice, your opponent's going to have to bingo 3 times, and that's just exponentially more difficult. Josh plays Union. And Noah with not a very good draw, but again, he kept something that was guaranteed. He has Mope at the very least, and he may end up playing it. I also just can play Mope or Poem underneath Union. Those are both fine as well. It's kind of funny saying Nightbot see like who is the champ of the Midwest when literally one of those players lives in the Midwest. For those of you who don't know, Noah's on the West Coast, Mac is on the East Coast, Josh is in Canada, East Coast of Canada. So, yeah. If we're talking about who lives in the Midwest and who's the champion in the Midwest based on who lives there, then Sid wins by default. Noah plays Pomo, and I assume that Josh is going to play Tutorial or something similar. Or maybe just Charista, actually. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, Charista is definitely better. Giving that U up after Charista is not exactly great, but I'm not actually sure Charista's better. Yeah, it might not be. Because putting that U there is just really bad. And also, like, you're shutting down the board when you play Charista. It still might be better. It's 10 points. It's a lot. Yeah, it's probably still better. If it were like 4 points, I would probably be playing Tutorial. But yeah, the Tutorial on the triple is the thing. It just scores 74, whereas Charista scores 84. As you can see, Noah drew poorly again, but he still has plays. And that's kind of where you want to be when you're ahead. You want to just make sure, like, oh, well, even if I draw terribly, do I still have something? So, like, at the very least, he's going to have, you know, either the spot where Teresa is, or he's going to have, like, Ibexes. You know, he's still going to have options pretty much no matter what. And he's going to get plays where in the future he still has options. And that's kind of where you want to be when you're ahead. You just keep 25 at 30 no matter what, even if you draw poorly. Josh misses Teresta and Tutorial and plays Urtikant. And I think there's nothing else to say other than this is tilt. This is pretty clearly tilt. Because I can't justify that play. It's just not right. But yeah, he's like I said, Josh is like just you can look at his body language. He's stressed out. You know, he's stressed out by all sorts of stuff. Most notably, by stressed out by all sorts of stuff, I mean not winning, because he's not winning this game either, and he knows that probably. And that if there was any doubt, that doubt disappeared when he drew ZGCVIRT as his rack. So he's gonna be, he's just he's not winning. And he wouldn't have won. Even if he played Teresa or Tutorial, he wasn't going to win after that draw. Just wasn't going to happen. No, probably looking for a way to assure that he scores decently. So probably like OES, something like that. Underlapping pommel. The main reason he really wants to keep ES just so that he has Ibexes as a backup, probably. I mean, you never know, Tchaikovsky. Maybe if he didn't play Buck, maybe if he exchanged 2 or 3, he would have drawn better. There's all sorts of things you can say to that. But if you looked at what he drew after Buck, he drew 4 consonants, so it wouldn't have mattered. He just plays Ibexes, just fine. He keeps, like I said, he keeps all of those other plays as backups. He's pretty, even if he draws 2 vowels, he should be okay here. And he doesn't draw 2 vowels. When you're ahead, you want to be super pessimistic. When you're behind, you want to be super optimistic, just in general. There's Sig, leaving CRTV. He wants the vowels that Noah keeps drawing. There are 3 in the bag. And unless Noah plays Zowies, he's going to win here. And even if Noah plays Zowies, he's probably going to win here. Noah would have to play Zowies, and then would have to play another phony on top of that. And Josh, again, looking to play the end game. This is actually a decent time to play the end game, I think, mentally. Just because, like, you've lost a lot of games in a row. So you want to be, like, you don't want to, you want to make sure you're not autopiloting. You're not really playing the end game to play the end game or to try to play optimally. You're doing it to try to calm yourself a little bit. But this might be the type of, like, I play a lot slower and I play a lot more standard, I guess, when I'm losing. Whereas when I'm winning, I'm more likely to play more creative plays. Yeah, I'm more likely to do something um, like the opening rack. I'm much more likely to exchange in that sort of spot when I'm winning than when I'm losing. Even though I think with that specific opening rack, I think I would not be actually, probably wouldn't actually exchange with that rack. But I would be more likely to make a play like that that I felt was unusual or non-standard. Some of the things you do to make sure that you don't get too upset with yourself and that you're focusing on playing well rather than thinking about you're not doing as well as you might like. Uh, Josh probably looking at Trank here, which is one of the words that Noah misses frequently, and I've missed frequently as well. But that would keep CVV, which is one of the worst leads possible. So instead of scoring 28, he scores 7, tries to keep something a little bit more balanced. But even if he drew perfectly, it would not be enough. And there's only one tile in the bag anyway, so. He'll be annoyed to draw the F. And Noah's just going to get an out and 2 to do whatever he wants, pretty much. Or doesn't even have to take the out and 2. He can just score. And to me, like, when somebody takes their time in this sort of case, and to me that is also aggravating. Like, I don't like it when people take their time when the game is won, unless they absolutely have to. That being said, I've done this before up 300, but that's because I needed the spread. But I apologized afterwards. It feels bad. Feels bad, man. We're probably gonna see something like bias or ISBA or ISBA in the spot where, in that notorious spot that's been just left alone all game on row 13. Ooh, personally, the thing that I like least about Collins, if I could isolate to one thing, honestly, is that the number of dumps for bad racks in Collins drives me crazy. There's too many of them. I do not like that. If I could just remove like 100 words from Collins that were words like buai, like AUA, like EUOI, or not just vowel dumps, but like other just words that get rid of bad racks. If you could have legit bad racks in Collins more often, I would like the game a lot more, personally. Um, I know other people don't feel that way, obviously, but to me, that is the thing about Collins I like least. Is the fact that it's just, you can go an entire day, even. Like, you can go 8 games and just, there aren't enough racks where you just say, like, oh, I exchange because the rack is just bad. I want more of those. Like, I want more of those in NWL, to be honest. And you just don't get that. There is defense in Collins, right? It's just different. I know it does play ISBA. I like to be able to play restriction. That's true, and you don't really get to do that very much in Collins. But restriction is replaced by exhaustion, and you get to play exhaustion in Collins actually a lot more, and you get to the defense is just different, but you're thinking more not just on whether somebody can access an entire region of the board. You're thinking about whether they can access lines or like the fact that the board is exactly 15 by 15 in Collins means a lot more. So a lot of times you can create a situation where there's lines, but those lines are not uh, those lines are like you have exactly one space to play an 8-letter word. You have exactly two spaces to play an 8-letter word. So even though there's an open A, for example, uh, it has to be either the fourth or the fifth position, and that's a lot of Collins defense. And you use that sort of thing a lot more in Collins than you do in WL for sure. Calf. Yeah, maybe. I mean, calf leaves no ice, and I don't know. I didn't play the end game out. Maybe if it's eco and ice, that might be okay. There's no out with the V either way. I don't think. But I don't know. Yeah, eco or yeah, I think I mentioned that. Hope I mentioned that. You can see by Josh's facial expressions, he's done with things. Just the way that he is. Um, I have no idea what the results are, by the way. I guess there's exclamation point results. I guess I should know what these are if I'm commentating. Oh, so basically, yeah, okay. Okay, so basically, Josh is going to be 7. Josh and Sid are both going to be 0 and 2, and Mac and Noah are both going to be 2 and 0. Because they're both. It's 10-4, 10-4, 4-10, 4-10. I'm sure, and it is worth noting this, like, streaming games is very distracting. Like, I'm sure that, like, Josh would be doing better, I'm sure, if he weren't streaming games and worrying about, like, things that come with that. but it's obviously distracting. Same thing with like running a tournament. Controversial game next door. Recounting a win by one. I feel like in this day, I feel like in this era, like it should just not matter. Like recounts shouldn't be a thing. Oh, Josh must have done something lame. Did you just say what's being held or something?
Yeah. And Z was 48 and oh, V was 20. Yeah. Yeah. And Cal is 19. I agree with you. Yeah, yeah. So you counted that right. So it's the 290, right? Yeah. And then you're 30. Yeah, and I was 19. Um,
Remittable timetable. The table of time. It's like the temple of time, only it's the table of time.
oh, just the pace. Oh, just the pace. Yeah. 33 gives you 320%. That's your view, right?
Yeah.
And then what
Yeah.
percent?
And
271.
Hmm.
Yeah. I bought Rick Wilbert, so you have 323 and then oh, three.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, Josh is getting pretty wrecked. Alright, I'm gonna try to move my setup before they start the next game. See if that. So I don't have to run between rooms. Hopefully this works. Oh, you want me to do a stream? Okay. How do you do that for somebody else's stream? I have to do mod view. Right. All right, I started a prediction, guys, for who will win the last game between Mac and Noah. And it didn't do correctly, did it? Okay, I did this. I changed them. All right. Fuck me. I can't start a prediction correctly. All right, nobody vote. I totally did this wrong. Why? Okay. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. All right. Hopefully this prediction should work. Okay, cool. Vote, guys, vote. Or don't if you don't want to. Okay, fine. Nobody vote.
Plug it in, or else I would have played it.
Oh, you only saw JIN.
I only saw JIN, and I only consider Japan a Japan.
Oh, Mac isn't playing Josh either. Yeah, I'm smart. I'm not smart. Okay, that's why.
What do you guys?
You'd think I could do these things. You can tell how often I run predictions, can't you?
Well, I'm glad this game is.
What was your points?
Did we? This should be on the other side, right? I do think this is a good play. If
Yeah, that was a good play.
shoving the
It was a really good
but
play.
like, so it looks weird, but like, I hate there's three N's and three S's left. So like, and I figure he's gonna polyblock here, and I throw the Canfield for Josh open for him.
This is what Noah wants you to say. Noah wants you to say.
Okay, hopefully we finally get this correct, and I can actually multitask adequately.
Keep
Yeah.
doing that, and Noah will be happy.
I guess I can see how if you think that like we distracted Sid or something like that, that could make more sense.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah.
Because of his bounce and stuff.
No, I needed at least 3/4
Seriously,
minutes too.
and even Sid, even without the tracking though, you might have just like thought a little more and maybe
Yeah, I would have maybe seen Janana as a
10K, damn.
Okay.
But maybe you wouldn't have I mean, you would have even if you didn't retrack, you'd have at least taken the deep run
Yeah.
and maybe seen Jin.
All right. Do you have it? Can we get the thing back? How do we get the score?
505-401.
Somebody believes.
What round was it? What round did you play? 18? Yes.
Yes.
Are you literally?
I like spat in my hand or something.
505-401, Noah.
Sounds about that one.
Fine.
I'd like to note that Noah's grayness and Mac's grayness look very gray. It's like shades of gray, I guess. I don't know.
That's literally.
It looks. They need some color.
Is it handshake denial?
Handshake denial.
I almost put in 4041 and I caught myself.
Best of 11, Zev.
Handshake denial. Nobody's ever done like this one?
No, that's not real.
This wasn't real either. You guys don't watch my hands.
It's worth to know that Noah Walton versus Josh Sokol. There's 5 O's, 2 A's, and no other vowels.
And stream.
I have it on the screen too.
Well, okay, there's the gray Noah, there's the gray Mac, there's the gray tile bag. There's the gray. Well, the table's more brown than gray. You believe in the tilt. The thing is that Josh points downwards and the Sid points to Josh, which is kind of funny. We can count the table. Okay. Noah exchanged. I didn't even get to see what he exchanged.
John sent me a pic for the rating thing, so I'm gonna see if that works.
So Josh is gonna play Tollywide.
Up to you.
I mean, everything's fine. It's just the rating.
Yeah,
We can do that.
probably better
Standing sometime.
No, Josh, you are not allowed to. Not after an exchange 3, Josh. It's an exchange 3. You can't take the content play off an exchange 3.
Yeah.
Especially after.
If this were the opening turn, fine, but this is exchange 3.
You have to have one of those Josh moments.
If I bingo, I'm gonna do that too. Only if I bingo on the first.
I'm going first. If I exchange, then you.
Exchange 3 is an S like, I don't know, 3/4 of the time? Some ridiculous number. It's just ridiculous. Exchange 3. That's much, much, much worse than doing it on the opening rack. Like, it's literally the odds of Noah having an S literally got multiplied by 5 when he exchanged 3. It's literally more likely than not that Noah has an S at that point. Like, substantially more likely.
That's what the plan was. Oh.
44. Yeah. He's trying to distract you with the hook so he can set himself up for that at the end of the line. Next question, I get 4.
Yeah. Sorry about the printout stuff.
Huh?
Sorry about the printer stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Fix it tonight.
Am I shaking, Brian? That's why I'm keeping you so you don't distract me this time.
No, you're fine. We're all good.
So Noah's kind of in a weird situation where, like, facts generally not like an amazing range, but it's a pretty strong range. You know, you don't necessarily want to be opening the board with like something like Doxy, but you might be okay with it.
I wasn't trying to say anything. I was just trying to make a normal point.
This now becoming a this now becoming like a living room tournament. Josh gonna assume that Noah has an I here. He will be wrong. Right now. Josh going to parallel west of Tollywide. It's either probably Rep or Pang. No, with the good ZFH draw. Oh, I'll update the score. Sorry, guys. That was the whole point of moving. Josh plays rep. And I think we're gonna see Noah maybe play Fez or something like that. A few options here, actually. So, no, he's gonna play Fez. Josh draws the blank. First word I see is Osnaburg, but it doesn't play. I'm sure there's something here. Ring. Oh no, that's not there. Oh, that's not good. I'm not seeing anything, to be honest, when it comes to bingos. I do not see a thing. Be interesting to see if Josh wants to get rid of the G, because we all know how Josh feels about G's, but G is actually not a bad tile to keep here. With the N in your rack, and the B and the U take precedence. I guess you could play Rubigo. Rubigo gets rid of the G. That might be what he ends up doing, maybe? He's not going to want to play Guan, or he's not. A lot of people would do stuff like Guan or Guar over dying, but you don't want to do that. That's like one of the most common like expert mistakes that people like. Low level experts make that mistake all the time, and even some mid level ones, where they're just like, oh well, I need a, I'm gonna bingo. I need to create an S hook, and I'm like, you don't have an S. Well, I have a blank. That's not a good reason. The blank, you should not create S hooks when you have the blank. It's not. I mean, you shouldn't like avoid it at all costs, but it's not like a good thing to create an S hook when you have a blank. You want the blank to be versatile. You want it to be capable of becoming all letters. You don't want to turn your S in. Turn your blank into a 0-point S for next turn is not a good idea. And yeah, when you draw the S, then it looks really good, but you have to draw the S first. You don't want to create it. You don't want to create an S spot when you have a blank. That's just not a good idea, unless it's case and you have to. And even then, it's not so great. So don't make plays like Guan or Guar in these situations. It's just not a good idea. Even though a lot of people do it. Josh, I'm sure, still looking for bingos. There's just not that many good lanes, to be honest. Like, you have the U, which sucks. Just to end in N. Yeah, not a lot of great things to do. Fub, I guess, if you want, if you don't see Rubico. Bun. Josh is gonna do the one thing I told him not to do. Okay, good. He took it back. I'm happy that he took it back. He's not gonna just defy me for the sake of defying me. His guru. Okay. I'm guessing he couldn't have seen Rubico. I imagine. He would have played that for sure. Maybe he didn't even see Fub. When someone takes a while like that and then plays Guru, by the way, they have a blank disproportionately often. As you can see, Josh drew both blanks here. He drew the other blank. But I think Noah can assume more likely, just based on the time that Josh took, and the fact that he had played GU, which given the spot means he has GUA, which means he was about to play Guar and then took it back. That means that he has the blank a lot. The fact that Noah has S's makes it even more likely. So I think, given all these sorts of things, I think Noah could have figured out that a large percentage of the time Josh has the blank. Josh or Jack, Noah plays Doe and draws AEI on SST, which is going to bingo on almost every board, including this one. Gosh, not a lot of great options here. Most bingos are going to end in the E and Tellurides, I guess. He could actually save the blank maybe and play blanky. Like, that wouldn't be terrible. You're not exactly thrilled about stuff like Syncable. You play Linkable, I guess. That's a little bit concerning, putting an L in that spot. There's not a huge rush to actually bingo here. You don't necessarily have to. He's going to play either, probably it makes that an L, I assume. E6. Okay. Noah's going to bingo back. Kinkable. Not quite, Chris. Not quite. Somebody actually played Staniels against me in a nationals. It's Collins, obviously. I assume probably just nasties here. Or something like that. T-Sanes, whatever. Nope, I predicted correctly. Nasties is coming down. And Josh almost has a few bingos. There's stuff like, a lot of obscure stuff like La Masserie, Daymares, things like that, but none of those play. Interesting to see if he wants to go to that L or not. there's not a great way of playing using the L. He wants to go to the Y and the A, obviously, at pretty much any cost. So we might end up leaving the L open, in which case Noah's going to hit the J there for 54. But, no way for Josh to know that, obviously. Maybe just AY here, honestly, for 20, set up like a huge lane that he's going to hit harder than Noah by a lot. Could just play Yam as well. Josh's rack is actually like it's not just like a good rack, but it's much better than it actually looks because of the fact that if you look, he has the case S already. All three S's have been played and both blanks have been played. So any Essek that he creates in the future is going to be his and his alone. So he has a pretty balanced rack and the board is pretty open. So he's going to want to try to bingo like ASAP, and he's going to want to try to create spots that allow him to do stuff. He's going to want to create a situation where another bingo is surely going to be played. So that is a consideration as well, based on the tiles that have been played so far. Josh is electing to play Yam. So Noah's going to cash with Joel probably. And does so pretty quickly. And Josh draws pretty badly. Part of the reason why you might want to keep the M is so that you can avoid vowel draws like this. Yeah, Josh would obviously like a pure V to be open, but no such luck. So Josh with a deficit, but in reality, if you're thinking on what Josh is thinking, he's still pretty much ahead here. He's not likely at all to never bingo. That being said, he might not be in the position to do it anytime soon. The board is going to die at some point as well. So he's got to be a little bit worried, especially since Noah's definitely going to block the board now after this play. But not really a great way of closing everything. You pretty much can't. And Josh hits. So Noah can think about blocking with something like Lanai to the left of Nastier. Probably the play here, to be honest. It's really hard to block everything, but that blocks most things. It doesn't score particularly well. It leaves the board a little bit open, and the leave is LR, which is pretty bad. But, I mean, Josh, or what's it called? Noah certainly knows that Josh has a very strong range here after AI. He pretty much knows that the S is in his rack, and some other very strong stuff as well. And he's not going to be able to counter Mango very often at all. Like if he plays Jarl and says, okay, well, I'm going to take 30-point lead and I'm going to counter bingo, that's just not going to happen. It still might be worth it to do it, but I think he knows that Josh is going to bingo a huge percentage of the time next turn. If he does play Lanai, I mean, the thing is, like, even with that exact play, like, you're going to see the downsides. If he plays Lanai, he's going to block Josh from bingoing. But in the meantime, Josh is going to play AW or something like that, and the score will be tied, and Josh will still have a massively strong rack. So, I mean, that's kind of the case for making Jarl, is that even if you're giving up bingos, like, you're going to be in trouble no matter what. So you may as well just get the bingo part over with. So I expect Josh to play Waystrees pretty quickly. He actually has Wariest overlapping. So if he actually missed like the big overlap, he could play Wariest overlapping Nasties, making a 6-tile overlap. That's clearly the play, if you could see it. But he plays Waystrees pretty quickly. Pretty gigantic error, actually. We'll see if he gets punished in the long run, but Warius is going to win the game like 90% of the time because there's no lines left. And Noah's range isn't going to be that strong, but this gives Noah at least a little bit of chance because there's lines and there's ways to create more lines. No, with a good rack, but nowhere to actually play a bingo. Obviously gonna want to go with an I. Might think about playing just like it or something like that. Problem is if he plays id, like, a lot of times he's just gonna miss, and he probably just loses if he misses entirely, and that'll happen like half of the time. And if he hits, he's still gonna be losing because he's gonna be down 54. Josh's gonna play for like 30, and then no, best case the thing goes for like 70. He's still losing by 10 points and a turn. So that is a bit scary. That being said, you have to look at his other options, and they're not very good. He's gonna play like what, oil in the bottom right, something like that. There's no S's, so he's not threatening anything by playing oil. There's a Y, but that's not gonna help him. Yeah, not a heck of a lot of good options here. Maybe IN. That just doesn't hit very well either. He does need to create like another spot. Like, if not, Josh is just gonna blow off the board and the game's gonna just end pretty much. Play through like the parallel IES or something like that in Waystreet. Like, if he plays like AYE over Waystreets, what's Noah gonna do? I guess there's still a few lines open he can maybe hit, but it's pretty grim. Pool is not exactly conducive to bingoing either, which makes fishing even more imperative because it's the only way he catches up. But if we type the pool out, and I will do so, it's, from Noah's perspective, it's pretty much a mess. So this is the pool from Noah's perspective. Not exactly what you want to be seeing when you're fishing. but it makes fishing more important because the fact is, if you draw random tiles out of that pool, you ain't bingoing. So I think it may actually have to be just fishing the eye off and just hoping you get there, because I don't see another way to win this game at all. And sometimes you'll draw sevens, sometimes you'll draw eights through RIES or to the N or G in time. Particularly the G because you have I and G. And yeah, that's what Noah likes to do. I think it's pretty much the only way he comes back, even though he's going to be behind probably after he hits the bingo and won't just miss and lose pretty much on the spot. He draws Antlion, which is going to play. So Causey comes down, Antlion comes down. And we'll see who draws the worst of that horrible pool, because that's, Josh is going to be ahead, but if he draws even okay, he's probably good. Maybe is instead. Where would is play? Oh, blocking? I mean, I guess you hit like isolation and isolating, so maybe. Oh, Josh is flighted. And Noah hits removed, but has no spot for it. And that will be a game pretty much. Let me update the score in just a second. It should show up. There's ET in the bag from Noah's perspective, for what it's worth. It's not going to help him, I don't think. Well, maybe. I mean, very maybe, but. Problem is, again, there's no lanes. So he's going to have to either hit something to the A or he's going to have to create something else that he hits. And that's going to be pretty tough. He's got to assume the E is in the bag. Like, that's his only shot at ever winning here. Maybe you can create some sort of setup that's difficult to block. But that's going to be pretty tough. Because he knows the A is going to just get blocked. And even if he hits the A, he's probably not going to win. Yeah, I think he's just dead. Because, I mean, at the very worst, he can't block QI. And Josh can just block QI with whatever Noah plays. So I don't really see a way out of this. Like, he can play DE and hope to draw removed, and then Josh is going to block, and then he can hope that there's some other out, so or that remove just stays there. I mean, if he drops the Q, remove doesn't even win. Yeah, I think that this is just over. I think there's things you should be thinking about, and there's ways to make this kind of close, but MO draw revoted and hope Josh plays the Q off elsewhere. Where by neck? Oh, like ML blocking? Well, he's just gonna play 1. He's not gonna play the Q off. Maybe he's got block revoted. Even if it's just a score, he's gonna block revoted. Okay, he plays VEE. Decent try. Not gonna work. If you're in Josh's shoes, I think you have to think that I think you know that remoted isn't a word, but you might like try to block it anyway. It's one of those things where you're 99% right, but if you're 1% wrong, you're screwed, and there's not really any risk. So you probably end up blocking it regardless, or at least I would a lot of the time. Depends on how confident I was. If there was spread involved, I think I would probably not block it, but there's no spread, so I would block it just because of that. Because remoted, if it were a word, would score 110. And 110 is, Josh can't outrun that. So he might try to block, maybe. I mean, he shouldn't, but. I mean, I guess the other problem with blocking is if he bluffs and there's somehow bingo to the A instead of just moderate, or does something like a 9 through like adornment, like was suggested, but adornment, maybe? Then he could lose that way, maybe? Sort of? Kind of? Not really. Actually, I don't think that would lose. So he plays like own, and then Noah bingos out with adornment, and it were a word, which it's not. What would the score be? So own would be 15, 490. 32 for Noah. Yeah, that's still not enough. It would lose by 1 if that was the sequence. And those were all words, which they're not. I think Josh can pretty quickly figure out that the only thing in through the A is moderate. And yeah. Mentored and entogerm don't fit. Okay, he is going to play own to block, to quote block. So I'm sure he probably went through the same calculus that I did, that this just doesn't adornment. This doesn't. I mean, you might not even see adornment, but it doesn't even matter. I don't think that he thinks that adornment is even remotely possibly a word anyway. I don't even think Noah's going to try it. Because Noah knows the 9s pretty well. Noah knows that adornment's not a word. Qual would lose by 2 if remoted was valid. No, lose by more than 2. Quad would be 32. I don't know, I guess it would be lose. Yeah, it would lose by 2. Okay. But yeah, you're doing it just in case. Just in case. Instead, it's probably just going to be like re-tam or something. Not really any reason to block Q Qua because of QI. Maybe you can block both, but that requires 3 tiles, and yeah, probably not worth it. It's not like he still gets Qua at the top for 24, so yeah, it's not worth it. Just gonna take the out in 2. Note that I think it's very important that players in tournament situations with spread on the line do not make plays like own. I'm gonna assume Noah just missed QUA. It's very possible. But yeah, anyway, Noah plays odd. Maybe he didn't. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Oh, wrong person. Yep, ablated. Alright, I think this is the last game of the day. Might be wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. Well, I don't know if I hope I'm wrong, but... Or just nasty is epinasty is a word? Probably, right? Yeah, okay. I have no idea what's longer than like 9 letters long. Anything that's a 10, I go back to having a normal English vocabulary. And by normal English vocabulary, I mean I know nothing because I don't really like words very much. All right, there's all the prediction. Yeah, you're Josh trying to block remoted. Seeing ghosts. I see dead people. When I was a kid, every single time that somebody would, the one that was like a big part of the commercial for that horror movie, I would just go like, I see stupid people. I would go to just the random people and just do that over and over and over again. That was like when I was really young. It was like in the 90s at some point. So I was like 7 or 8 or something like that. Up to you, Josh.
I mean, everyone would play defense in every position.
Man, you have Zeus crazy. You probably hit the boat.
Yeah, I mean, like the jobs.
Are there any?
You having jobs kind of like fucked me over. Just, I mean, just jumping in every second slot. So,
But it's also like
and I mean, like, well, it's in okay shape. Like, so Lynn kept like following the team wins. So Lynn left, and then
Wow.
I played 16. I played left for 28. Yeah,
Plus, and then plus Josh.
yeah. Adji kept beat IRL playing even though the server was shit.
What?
Cause you have like 70.
Yeah, but I mean, if I play something good, I feel like I'm gonna get a respect from everyone.
Mm.
Chill.
Hey, Avery on top. Mm. You have even like GEC is going to fall. You
EA?
don't exist. Mm.
You're suggesting a play?
Yeah. Did I get like 11 right against you or something?
I'm gonna kind of assume they might do till the end of the set, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't really told how long this would run, so
16:32. I'm only like
did you not know?
32.
Wait, after 16? Maybe like 10 or 11 against. So I'm like right at half.
It's been about that.
And you're still winning like you still have like
Wait, who wins?
I win. Who
Oh,
loses?
me.
okay.
Good old. You guys do.
Tomorrow Jared's doing commentary, so if you did, Jared has to do commentary the entire game. I think Josh is concerned about that
One more?
because if he has to do 14 games, which this could potentially run, that's a long time to do commentary.
What's 500 doing?
Yeah,
Last 3 games.
One more, okay.
So yeah,
Last 3 games.
One more makes sense.
532 to 446. Is that what you said?
Oh, snap. It's 5-3. Oh, dude, this is such a skip. Wait, this is a good top though.
It's a what? Top
Top
four.
golf, not right now, but
Yo.
Yeah, I didn't have much money on John
yeah,
P big yet.
yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah,
Oh, you guys were gonna leave subs?
yeah, you're putting up games.
We're gonna be stuck here.
Oh, well,
Are you guys not hungry?
I'm not sad.
Can we just do one more?
Go ahead.
sure.
Can you all hear me still? I hope so. I didn't actually.
Yeah. Well, there's
Could someone in the chat make sure they can still hear me? Because I hope I didn't just. Okay, I should be still around. Yeah.
yeah,
All right, cool.
they totally do it. Okay. Of course
You
it
don't
was.
know? How do you not know?
Of course it was, dude. What are you talking about? You're very used to those openings. Too bad he didn't give you an M on his opening rack. That would have been nice. Scumbrid?
All right, thanks, Listeam.
Yeah.
Albert Mustin.
Oh, I didn't see that.
You don't care about channel points? Didn't I thought? Didn't we resolve the prediction, Ray?
With Albert or no?
Thought I did.
A for diversity. Potatoes.
Yeah, you gotta play jib there so
There's
Yeah.
like 16 in the pool.
but you can hook it. You have an arm.
Yeah.
I would have played six.
You can hook the back. That's your goal is to bingo. Not to create a
But
position where you can't hook you.
yeah, but I'm
Interestingly, Mac is just kind of sitting there now. It's kind of like a little awkward.
Where was the phone? Then I hooked it. Then you challenged unsuccessfully, and I still lost.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna get started and play at least one more game. We will see.
You'll be fine.
They deserve to start like kind of stupid word anyway.
No one deserves to draw bingo.
Ever.
Oh, you have bingo.
Josh opens, draws a blank.
Hasn't drawn yet.
No bingo. We're just gonna play when or something like that, keeping his favorite tile.
Who are you rooting for?
I guess maybe Shun.
I'm rooting for.
Although again, because what I was saying before, you'd rather play Shun because Shun, or you'd rather play Wen because of the S hook, probably.
I would play
I guess both of them take an S hook. You could also consider playing Shun with the H, or with the N on the star, actually, because the H is actually pretty good for your leave with NG blank. Works pretty well. Whereas this doesn't work so much. Like, I mean, he drew pretty well, and he's gonna bingo probably, but he's not gonna score very much. Whereas he might do a little bit better after Kuhn, given the likely responses. So that's actually a consideration as well. But you don't want to just autopilot and always just put letters. You know, it's easy just to say, oh well, the E is a vowel. I'm gonna put it on the center star, and I'm gonna put consonants next to the double letter. It's not always so easy. No exchanges. And Josh gonna bingo, probably. Guessing it's just gonna be some overlap on the left side. So something like doubting or doting. Because it's an exchange 3, the range isn't so strong. You're not too worried about that. But you do want to block like potential bingos. Obviously, both of those do pretty well at that. Probably is gonna look through for bingos ending or starting in E. Not gonna find anything. Maybe something like dotings. Think that might be a word. It's not. Again, we're not going to know what the blank is, probably, if he plays doubting or doting. Probably, I'm going to assume it's a U, at least at first. Can we see what the blank is? I can't. I think it's a U. I'm pretty sure I saw briefly that the U was circled. Noah's going to be looking for 9s because this is a pretty good rack, and TE and NI specifically are really good letters to play 9s through. Obviously, there's no S hooks other than ins. Given UH particularly, there was a very strong risk of the board being restricted if you're Noah's perspective. Something to keep your eye out for the rest of the game. Oh, I need to update the score. Yeah, I don't think it's an A though. I seriously doubt it's an A. And yeah, there's Dampens isn't gonna play. I think you should have to play like Map or Pam or something with the OW, which is obviously the most risky spot on the board in terms of scoring. Probably Pam, just because Pam doesn't take as many letters. It's only an O or a U in front, so it makes paralleling or reparalleling a little bit more difficult. Also, you have the S for the spam hook, which is pretty useful. Could play a little bit longer, could just drop the P or the M if he wants. Those are also possibilities. But none of dropping the M or the P would have to mean that he bingos a lot, even on this board, and I just don't think he bingos enough. Like if he drops the P, for example, I mean he has a lot of things that he hits some things actually. He hits the A, does he hit the E? Yeah, he hits Seed Man, he hits Side Man. Um, Actually, hits quite a bit. Like it might be okay. I wouldn't be surprised if it's okay. He does end up going with Pam, but you do want to go through all of his iterations. Like if he hits enough things on this board, then it's actually worth it to just drop the P here, and then just take all the bingos that you can get because he's gonna get a lot of bingos that don't play after Pam, and he isn't obviously he wants to bingo and try to catch up. Josh does have the U for parallels, but he doesn't have anything that actually works as a parallel. I'd definitely be tempted at looking at setups if I were Josh here, but not really anything great. Could play like Vug and clear up his rack. I don't think it's a good idea. Because it doesn't really clear up his rack. It does a little bit. Maybe it's okay. What else do you have? Via, I guess. RUUX just looks awful. And creating more parallels, probably not going to be Via. Augur, sort of the same situation. I guess no. So maybe it is Bug, actually. Because what else are you going to do? If there was a way to set up the X for XU, I would probably be doing that. But I don't see a way to do that. Josh just exchanges, and he doesn't even keep anything. Which is interesting. Noah does get to play Designee. Which all of his plays would have blocked, interestingly. So in terms of like regret, that's going to definitely be one that you could potentially regret. I do think it's interesting he didn't even keep the X or the R. I think maybe that's a little bit over the top. But I mean, the X doesn't have any immediate options. Josh doesn't draw the S to parallel. Probably just going to play bogey or something. So it went from 0 to 93 to 100 to 93. And Noah drew the blank as well. But also the Q. Josh plays bogey. And Noah's going to get to play Croquet. I don't know if you guys remembered when this showed up on stream. Literally, when was this? Like, I want to say last week when Josh missed croquet and chickened out of it. But now we're getting to see Noah probably play it. I think he's gonna find this. Because you do look for croquet when you see this rack pretty immediately. Yeah, if Josh wants to win this game, Noah has to miss this for sure. Obviously, it's the best play by a lot. It's one of those words too that you're not, even if you see it, you're not 100% sure it's a word. Although we are, because again, we saw this on stream literally last week. I want to say 2 streams ago, maybe 3 for Josh. This was on stream, so. Nope. He missed it. Well, Josh has a chance now, because croquet would have been 140. So instead, this becomes, I mean, obviously Josh is still behind, because Noah's going to bingo next turn, but he's not going to bingo for 140. Or even anything close to that. Josh plays Zhao pretty quickly. Gets rid of his duplicates, gets rid of his J. Totally makes sense. I was gonna bingo, but I don't think he has any, there's not like any amazing bingo here, I don't think. It's probably something with bogeys, I think. Josh redraws the X. Proving me right here, because it's 2 turns later that he threw the X away and there's still no good X spots. Although he might get one at if Noah plays triodes or editors, which likely he's going to. Josh nodding as if he knew that the blank was in Noah's rack. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Josh thinks that he always knows when his opponent has the blank. Sometimes he's right. I mean, sometimes he is right. We're gonna see Ox, probably, maybe Axe, but. Josh thinking about whether he wants an A or an O. There are 6 A's left and 3 O's left, so if he's gonna play the A off, that's probably gonna be Y. The O also does fit alongside Pam, making it a little bit better. I don't see any plays immediately that use the O, however. I guess just okay in that spot. A is considerably better than the O, however. It's just in terms of overall tile. So even despite the duplication risk, yeah, it's just gonna play the O off. Oh, I didn't update the score in a while. So almost tied. In a very close game. Noah's probably gonna be looking at Wang, making GOR. Yep. Was that fairly quickly. Just Kufi lined up on his rack. Nakfa also is an option for sure. Not sure where I see where Kufi even plays. But I think if he sees Nakfa, he's going to play it. I guess he has Auk as well that he can play. Parallel to Wang. Or Yuk in that same spot. But I think it's just Nakfa. It took me a while to remember whether it was Nakfa or Nafka. For some reason, I would see Nafka for a little while, but I think I've solidified that. Just took some time. Lining up stuff like Kufi and Iraq, again, not a bad idea just to remember that you see it, but you do want to make sure that you don't develop tunnel vision because seeing stuff like Kufi makes it harder to see other things. At least for me, it does. So you do want to keep that in mind, that you don't want to keep words in your rack too often. Oh, looks like Josh might be saying Nakfa. Well, maybe not. It says AFK. He sees Uke, lines up Uke. That wouldn't be a bad option either. Stuff like Nakfa is actually pretty important to see. It's like one of the things that you start practicing doing because often when those plays do show up, they're the best plays by a lot. Here it's not as clear. I still think it's the best play, but I still being able to find plays like that I think is essential if you want to if you want to succeed in Scrabble in the long term. Uke comes down. It almost has Laburnum or Alburnum. The last new U. It does have Album, or just Bum, or Labrum. It'll probably be something like that, I imagine. I imagine also that my pacing of speech is pretty annoying, so I will stop. Josh with the beautiful AAI draw. Board just came very fuzzy. I hope that isn't a permanent thing, or I hope it's just on my end. Oh, it's just on my end. Okay. Noah plays Album, which I'm sure Josh is thrilled to see because he has 3 ace on his rack. maybe something like Filaria. He's not gonna be thrilled about any of his options here, obviously. Maybe Naira. But he's nodding, and he's nodding as in, like, yeah, of course you hang an A when A3 is on my rack. Could also play Feria. That wouldn't be too bad. Ali. Yep, gonna go with Feria. Noah's gonna play Flava pretty quickly, like Flava Flav. Flava Flav! Could also play Favela, actually. Spoke maybe a little bit too soon. Josh draws into Sanyasi. Which is a huge swing, potentially. Oops, other way. And he's gonna go with Favela. So I did my Flava Flav thing for nothing. And Josh has Sanyasi lined up. He does have a choice as to where to play it. He doesn't have to. He can either play it with Ferias or he can play it with Favelas. Favelas obviously a little bit more defensive, but taking the S does make some sense. Feria does take an E hook as well. He does manage to take the E spot out and take the points with Sanyasi for 83. Note that Noah's still definitely in the game. It's not even close to. He's gonna probably even take a lead, a small lead after this play, but he's gonna be down a tempo. Sains, yeah, Sains has an anagram. Sanyasi also is good with two N's. Can be Sannnyasi. What does it mean? I have no idea. I think Noah's just gonna play vote, maybe revote. Could also play video, maybe. Something like that. Yeah, revote comes down. So Noah's gonna again have a very small lead. Josh can play pitted almost for sure. I can't imagine anything else happening here. I mean, I guess he could play plat if he wanted to. If he does play pitted, he's going to run into zips. There's no way you can know that, obviously. So if he wants to win, he's going to have to play plat. I don't know if you could ever figure out that zips is going to come down, but no, pitted comes down. Zips is going to come down afterwards, almost for sure. When this happens, you almost are always convinced you made a mistake, but often you didn't. even if this didn't happen, I mean, Noah would play Wiz for 45, and that would be pretty bad too. So not that big of a difference. I just know checking the back. See, I would have played Zips by now already. Like, there's no way that there's anything better than that. I'm going to change the score and assume that Noah played Zips, and if I'm wrong, I am wrong. But I'll be presumptuous. Yeah, this is right. You're right. This is a slow roll. There's no. This is 100% to me a slow roll. I would be pretty annoyed if you took this long and then played Zips. Yeah, okay. So Josh down by 47, knows that he needs to bingo. There's one tile in the bag. It's a U for what it's worth, so it's not going to help him. But he's going to be looking for some way to hit a 9, probably. If I were in Josh's situation, I'd be going for the O, because I'm pretty sure that this doesn't work. So, yeah, I would be going for Coraloid. Last, the U is not in the O is not in the bag. But if I were Josh, I would be fishing off the U here and trying to hit the O. Because Noah's going to have full information, so because of that, you need either 2 spots, which you're not going to get here, or you need a spot that he's not going to block, and that would be Coraloid. That being said, I don't think Josh knows the 9s, or Josh doesn't know the 9s, so he'd have to know the word just from scratch or from his everyday vocabulary. And I didn't know what Coraloid was. I mean, I guess it makes sense in being a different form of coral, but that's probably his best chance of winning the game from his perspective, is trying to hit Coraloid. Given that he may not know Coraloid, then, I mean, there may be other bingos in that spot as well. But, yeah. Oh, I think now that I think about it, I don't think it's Josh that missed Croquet. I think it's Will who missed Croquet. Yeah, it's Will who missed Croquet, not Josh. So, okay. Josh may not know or remember this, because I don't know if he was watching at that point. But yeah, it was Wanderer's last his TWL stream before Worlds that he missed Croquet. Now that I remember what happened. Josh again looking for anything because he knows he needs to bingo here. He's looking for something to try to hit, and he should be using all of his time to look for something to hit because obviously if he just plays like Koala here overlapping Sanyasi, he's just gonna lose. maybe thinking about trying faveler in some capacity, but that's not a word. Yeah, and I think that his only chance of ever winning in this situation is either Noah to screw up terribly or for him to hit Coraloid and somehow know it and have Noah not block it. Which would be difficult because Noah actually knows the nines too. So I think that Noah would probably block Coraloid if Josh drew it. Favela is a common enough word. Yeah, maybe. There are a lot of things that are like favela that take R. Call up to me seems like a reasonable word, even though I'm guessing it's not even Collins. Yeah, not even Collins. The up words are kind of confusing to me because I have no idea what words are and aren't words based on their upness. So to me, call up is reasonable, but like sign up is definitely reasonable, and sign up isn't a word. Lots of words like that, and then other words that take UP that are, I mean, sort of logical, but to me, less logical than certainly sign up and probably even call up as well. Josh running out of time. You don't ever want to make a play without having a specific plan. He's probably just wondering what to fish and doesn't even know what he's trying to hit, really. Yeah, okay, he just kind of gives up. And he plays call up. And Noah's gonna bingo out with a tricorn for 140. Okay. I mean, that's one way of doing this. Noah probably knows call up isn't a word, but he's not obviously not gonna forego a triple.
Yeah. Josh phonies and then opens. Wait. And I was gonna win anyway. If Josh didn't phony, would you have still won though? Yeah. Like if you had dampened here, right? No, like dousing. Oh, is it you? Yeah. Oh. Sneaky. And you don't like croquet? Croquet?
Croquet is two.
Croquet is two?
Croquet is
It is? Seven?
yeah.
What's Sokol
Croquet.
Hey, sorry, I'm stupid. Are you sure?
Croquet.
The story must have put it you.
Yeah, I've seen Diego play this before. I've seen Diego. He spoke triple Italian at one point in the
Is it
series.
good?
What, croquet?
Yeah. Croquet.
Yeah.
CROQUET.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh, does he have? Oh.
140.
Oh.
So at this point now they know that croquet was missed.
I know.
Just like just like Will.
I mean, I saw it, but. No.
Yeah, I think this is probably the last game of the night.
Oh my god.
Lockbox.
Sure. What would you just get the most frustrating challenge? I hate seeing it got this.
I like that picture. I wouldn't find any way to film that.
Oh man.
Alright.
What's that?
Ah. Hello. GG's. Kenji?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
I said GG's.
GG's.
Yeah. Would you
It was-
trade Vug?
Maybe. I wouldn't
like
at first,
the
but
prospect of like plays down the H file.
Josh, was it you who missed croquet on stream
No,
last week,
he-
or was it Will?
I've never missed croquet. I've always thought it was a word, and I would always play it if I had it.
I've never missed
Just like
croquet.
pretty much open.
Someone else, yeah, it was Will, I think, that didn't think
Yeah,
it
I
was
think
a
it was
word.
Will that missed it.
Yeah,
It was
very recently as well.
Will. It was against Eldar. You were playing Eldar in practice games
Oh yeah, I think
before the
so.
stream, and then you missed croquet in that game. I'm pretty sure.
No, he saw it and he didn't think it was a word. I remember that.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that's what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what you like 8 games?
Yeah. So
Wait, Wellington played it against you yesterday too, Will? Really?
I think about it.
That's ridiculous.
Wellington played croquet against Will? What the hell? Wellington played croquet against Will. So Noah just missed croquet for what,
I
140?
didn't miss it.
140, yeah.
Sorry. He chickened out of croquet for 140. Will chickened out of it like in a practice game against Eldar, and then Wellington played it against Will in the quarterfinals of Westpac, apparently. I blew this game at least on NACFA, right?
I blew this game.
You wouldn't have won this game if you played NACFA, though, Josh.
Why? Why not?
I don't think you would have won it anyway.
Why not? Why would you say that? What did he have
Well,
that I blocked with you? Like he played album.
What was Triform?
Yeah.
Wait, isn't it 140?
Yeah.
I mean, the scenario of you somehow drawing into Sanyasi was like miraculous.
That was
Josh.
insane. I know. I kept AAI. I kept AAI. I drew into Sanyasi. After I knew that I blew the game with Nagfa, I was just like, okay, this is ridiculous. I'm
I
still
mean, you were
probably gonna
favored
lose.
at that. You were favored until until Noah drew the zips and
Two ends.
Yeah, I
stuff.
think I have to play pitted because we have to like race
Yeah, I
through
agree.
all of the stuff.
I mean, I think you would have lost anyway.
What?
If you didn't play pitted, Noah plays zips and or plays whiz and keeps the ass. That's not good for you either,
Oh,
really.
Sannyasin is no good with that way. Oh shit.
It's
Okay.
only SANNY ASIN, and this.
Oh yeah, I knew that actually. Shit. Okay. What? So it was just like my best played game.
Yeah, probably.
Damn. Okay, so we have two Gibsons. We have two Gibsons. Congratulations to Noah. Wait, yeah, it's hard to see. Noah and to Mac for being Gibsonized in first and second place after 2 rounds.
Oh wow, that's true, huh? Yeah, so both.
And yeah, I guess we'll watch them tomorrow for the most part, unless they want to break.
You know what's nice though? What's nice is that no
Sorry,
matter
it's
who wins your
I
stream,
shouldn't.
since
I should
you're
get
getting
this.
If Mac wins, then everybody's if you have a third one of these, then everybody's gonna want to play with you.
because it's just whoever wins your stream.
If Mac wins, what?
Then if you have a third one of these with you and Noah and
Mac
Sid,
wins.
then everybody's gonna want to play with you.
Oh yeah, because yeah, Mac would have done the same thing as Jackson. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, guys. Thanks. Thanks. I hope the sound was better. Thanks a lot. Kenji is your name. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Thanks for having me, guys.
And yeah, maybe we'll have you. You can co-commentate tomorrow if you want as well with Jared.
Maybe if I'm around. If Jared gets tired, we'll see.
Yeah, and Will's playing, right? Will, are you
Will's
playing in the
playing
finals?
Peter. He's playing the semis. He's playing
Oh,
for
he's playing the semis
consolation.
tomorrow?
No, he's playing the consolation. He lost to
Oh, he
David
lost
Eldar.
to Deldar. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, you play Peter at 10 p.m. tonight or tomorrow? That's the question. Because maybe Will could come in. Oh, okay, Will could come in and commentate too. Cool. Okay, we'll organize things. We have to go eat dinner, guys. Thanks for watching.
All right. Take care, everyone.
I appreciate everybody. Bye, Kenji.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Okay, I hope the stream is, despite the audio issues, guys, I hope everything is being enjoyed by all. I basically got here on Sunday, last Sunday, and I've been like, while like people have actual jobs and are working during the week, I was working on this stream the whole entire time. So yeah, at least it looks like it's come out good and people are enjoying the way it looks. I'm sorry about the sound issues. I blame Boomer Kenji. And that's fine, because his commentary and insight makes up for it. Anyways, tomorrow we'll have Mac versus Noah. Sid and I can play a consolation game and have a good time.
A consolation game.
Yeah, if Mac's trying to get in the shot. So yeah, Mac won 6-2, Noah won 6-3. Yeah.
Same as last time.
And
Oh,
yeah, same as last time against me. Yeah. Anyways, I'm getting wrecked by these geniuses over here, and we might have a title change tomorrow of the stream. We'll see. We might because we'll have Mac and Noah playing on stream. We might be able to change the title for something more elite. Anyways,
What is it now?
right now it's Midwest Master Southern. Okay, goodbye everyone. Let's actually raid someone. Who can we raid? Who's streaming right now? Following 95 Horatio. Sure. Let's raid John. And that's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 8:30 Central. Come one, come all. You'll watch people that actually know how to play Scrabble.
No.
Or not. And
we'd like to see you talk positively about
yeah. Maybe we'll see some crazy games.
saying
Okay.
no is stupid.
Goodbye, everyone.